Well, a very big welcome back to Tel Aviv and to the third and final day here in Tel Aviv for the 2021 Tel Aviv Grand Slam tournament. And it's the second Grand Slam tournament of the year, and what a success it's been. The first 2 days, of course, we've seen France performing absolutely amazingly. The French women absolutely on fire with 2 gold medals, and they've got a silver and a bronze there as well. But Israel, wow, what can you say? They're chasing like mad to try and stay up with them. They've got 1 gold medal, 1 silver and a bronze, and yeah, they're flying as well. Having a great tournament on home ground. It's a pity, isn't it, that we haven't got a crowd, but everybody here is in a bubble, and we're all safety first, of course, and it's all looking very, very good. And of course, the main objective here is that everybody, all the competitors, can prepare properly, build up valuable world ranking points for the Olympic Games a little bit later on this year. We've got 4 other events still to happen. We've still got Tashkent, we've got Georgia, we've got Paris, of course, we've got the World Championships, and we've got Turkey as well. So still plenty of competitions for everybody to gain world ranking points. Remember, it is the World Tour, and that enables people to get a higher world ranking. Some are actually going to try and get into the top 8 in the world. Some are still trying to qualify, and it's top 18 men, top 18 women, automatic qualification. We have continental qualification as well, and there's the odd one as well that will be put in there, and that's a freebie, you could say. And so anyway, it's very exciting. Third and final day. We've got the 5 weight categories today to be contested, and that means the under 90s, minus 100s, plus 100s for men, minus 78s and plus 78s for ladies. I'll have a quick run through very, very quickly. It'll have to be brief. Excuse the glasses. Shirazdashvili, under 90 kilograms. This is the world champion, top seed, of course. Loads in the under 90s. Nyman is in his little quarter there. We've got Mediev of Azerbaijan. He's in Pool B, so that's possible with Toth, and that's a possible semi-final right there. Gviniashvili down in Pool C with Bobanov. The Uzbeks, of course, on absolutely blistering form with Ilyas Iliadis at the helm there. Macedo down the bottom, so all looking good there. A lot of world and Olympic champions going out all over the place, though, I can tell you. So nothing's written in stone. Minus 100 kilos, Palchik of Israel on top there. So home interest there, of course. We've got Kotiev of Azerbaijan in that same quarter, and Nikiforov coming back off injury, and Kokolya down there in Pool B. On the bottom part of that, we've got Benjamin Fletcher, and we've got, of course, Coral of the Netherlands. Ilyasov is down the bottom part of that, so that should be interesting. Interesting fights a little bit later on. Krapelik in the plus 100 kilos is the top seed. Sasson in Pool B with Bashaev, and so that should be interesting. But Simonescu is in there as well, and that could upset the odds. Tushishvili down in Pool C, and we've got who else have we got there? Well, yeah, Tushishvili probably the favourite there. We've got Hegi there, of course, who might give him a really good fight. Roy Mayer down in Pool D with Zalashvili, the number 2 Georgian, and the heavyweights should be interesting. So minus 78, we've got Fanny Estelle Posvit as the number 1 seed. The French women are absolutely on fire. What can you say about them? They've got it all right at the moment. I bet they wish that the Olympic Games was tomorrow. We've got Maltsan there in Pool B, Stunhus as well. Stunhus has her little sorting out to do with Verkerk still. That's still going on. Verkerk is down the bottom part of that with Audrey Chimeo. Chimeo is fighting for second and third spot in the French team, so she's fighting for a reserve spot really. Wagner's down there as well, so that could cause an upset. Germans fighting well. And the last one, plus 78, Altherman is the top seed. Nunes of Portugal in Pool B there, and again Grabowski of Germany there as well. Esser of Turkey is there. In Pool C, Slutskaya of Belarus. Sarah Adlington is there, and in the lower half of that, Dicko of France, probably the main threat. So it's all looking really, really good for this final day. You know, France are in the lead with 2 gold medals, looking formidable, and Israel are chasing hard. But do you know what? I've seen it before. On the last day of competition, everything changes, and we've seen some surprises here at the Tel Aviv Grand Slam, and people from lower down the world rankings are coming through. We had that yesterday in the under 73 kilograms, and yeah, big surprises. But big surprises, still a long way to go till the Olympic Games, and I think that quite a few of the fighters that are here, especially some of the absolute champions, are trying to get as much mat time as they possibly can. Possibly that their randori hasn't been up to the amount that they normally do, their sparring and their conditioning, judo conditioning, and so every second on that tatami is a bonus. Okay, so we've got a minute to go. I'm going to tell you now that, well, we've got mat 1, 2 and 3, and I'll be commentating on one of them, and I'll be going from mat 1, 2 and 3 if I see an interesting match. You won't always have my commentary. You probably don't want it all the time anyway, so you'll go to a mat that you want to see. Under 100s on mat number 1, minus 90s on mat number 2 for the first matchup. We've got Halo of Israel against Sis Manla of Turkey. That's in the minus 100s. That's first match on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Kochman and Nabali. That should be an interesting one straight off the bat. And on mat number 3, Marinic of Slovenia against Vakhaviak of Belarus. Okay, so we're going to go to mat number 2. So immediately to mat number 2, and we'll just have a little look, see Kochman of Israel up against Nabali. of the Ukraine. So off they go then. Matt, day number 3 is up and away. Kochman in white and Nibali of the Ukraine is in blue. Now we've seen Nibali, really superb. He's one of those fighters that can beat the best in the world, and he got best result just a couple of tournaments ago that he'd ever got to the final. And also we've seen him just lose in the first round as well. So straight away a Judo on the board, and it means that Nibali has to come forward. They've got to, from a positive gripping point of view, they've got to dominate the grip best they can and push forwards and attack, of course. Well, one Shido's never too much. You get 2 Shidos on there and it changes the gameplay just a little bit. Always a little bit nerve-wracking first off, and like I said in the introduction, I think quite a few of these fighters not getting as much randori as they normally get, and for major tournaments I certainly aimed for 50 good randoris. They were 5 minutes then, but 5-minute randoris a week was a kind of a minimum, 40, 50, and then before major competitions it was up to 70, and I think these guys are lucky if they're getting 25 really good ones in a week, and some of course haven't been able to get any. I mean, they get one-on-ones with within a certain bubble, and they're able to train, do something, but when you get to know somebody, you're fighting the same person or the same little group all the time. It's not the same. That was a nice little Ochi there from Nibali, trying to pull the midsection in. Two penalties up there to Nibali. Now something's going to happen here. Well, tried the tip there, didn't he, Kochman? Not a big fan of the tip, but sometimes if the lapel hand is left behind, and it's a possibility then for the other person to tip you over, tip the balance of the technique that you're doing. One minute left, 4 minutes, of course. Judo of Spain will... This is all over now. Judo, I was just about to say, goes automatically into the second round. And, well, he's going to be fighting Kochman of Israel. Always seems like a bit of a shame, these early rounds. You come all this way, all the preparation, and... But what do? You could say, well, let's let them fight a little bit longer, but it's an absolute fact. If you let them fight, especially if coordination and timing is not there, they're not able to throw each other. So you'll have a golden score that will go 10, 12 minutes. And as they get tireder, of course, the less likely they are to throw somebody. So you need to initiate penalties for not attacking. And it's just one of those things. It's unfortunate. So we've got the plus 78 kilograms here. Jableskite of Lithuania up against Kulaga of Poland. So it's the early rounds that we're just getting gone at the moment. 1 or 2 early rounds, first round matches. So we'll be shooting from one category to another. Plus 100 kilograms for men, going on mat 3 at the moment. Kokore against Spikers. And on mat number 1, Kasparian of Russia is up against Buzgani of Germany. So 1 penalty up there, Kalaga. Jablinskite is the one that's really piling the pressure on. That's a good technique though. Good attempt at the Makikomi. Just over a minute and a half gone. Jablinskite gets a penalty as well because now Kalaga is putting the work in. Well, that was close. Makikomi again, but managed to do a movement out there. Gymnastical movement by Kalaga to avoid the score. That's going to be a score. Ippon it is, and Jablinskite scores with a Tani Otoshi there. Takes Kalaga flat on her back. So next up is the minus 100 kilograms, and there's only a few matches in these earlier rounds. Palchik is next up. Peter Palchik of Israel, and he's up against Aaron Farah of Austria. Well, it was quite a heavy landing, that, wasn't it? Home favourite here, Peter Palchik, coming out for his first round match. Number 2 in the world rankings at the moment. Lipitiliani is up there at number 1. Fonseca of Portugal. Not here, Lipitiliani or Fonseca or Cho Guham. But they'll be choosing very carefully what events they do over the next 6 months. The last thing they'll want to do is fight each other all the time. They'll have to the odd time. One Sianagi in Palchik already. Well, Farah looks really strong there. Thundering Ashiwaza onto the ankle. Big right arm of Farah over the top there, just controlling the head of Palchik. The light heavyweights and the heavyweights, it's about the power and speed of execution. It's a bit of a mixture. It doesn't quite move around the mat at the same speed, but it doesn't mean that the speed of the attack isn't the same. But without a doubt, it has the power element as well. Well, it's one of the reasons that these guys can fight the heavyweights as well. I was always jealous, actually, when light heavyweights and the heavyweights had a double chance when they had the open weight tournaments, and they have a double chance of world and Olympic medals. I was always jealous of that. So again, we saw it so often, day one and day two, that the top seeds, top guys were finding it difficult just to get the coordination and just to get the movement going. Timing just a little bit off. Look at that. He's got the belt. He's going to have to attack. He's got an over-the-back grip, but he's not doing anything with it. And I think that blue, Farah, will get penalised. He didn't do anything. Saying that, Palchik gets it for bending over. Sometimes that sends the wrong message over. I think probably that would have been better giving it to Farah. You get the dominant grip, you've got to attack. It's one thing getting caught with your head down. It's another thing when they just pull your head down and just hold you there. Otherwise, I mean, theoretically, they could hold your head down, 3 penalties, all the way up to Olympic gold or world gold or whatever tournament you're doing. But you think, well, that doesn't seem quite right. The intention has to be to score upon. I think it's all about intention. That was a better one there from Palchik. I think Palchik's trying to set him up for the Sianagi. Can he create the space? Every time he lets that right arm come over, that's what's stopping him. Now it's going to happen. He needs to do it off the grip. That was very close, almost. Well, Farah really fighting a clever match here, and he's on top of Palchik. Seems to me that Farah now looking probably for getting Palchik penalised. That's the intention. And that's why I think that first Judo should have gone to him. Would have stopped him looking for it. It is a difficult one, though. You think, well, shouldn't get caught with your head down. And there's the Sianagi. That's going to score. Was Ari scored then to Palchik and straight into the hold down? And it took him a little while, didn't it, just to get the balance. There's the hold. Just 10 seconds needed for that, and Ippon to Palchik, and well, he's had time to stretch those lungs a little bit. But I thought that Farah fought a very good fight there. Let's go down to mat number 3. Let's have a look here. We've got Orsasson, one of the favourites in the heavyweights, and up against Yusupov of Uzbekistan. Yusupov winning here. and it's all over. Sasson's out. So we just came in at the end of that. Shame that. Looks like it was a good match. Wow. All systems go here in the last day of competition. Simonescu next up on mat 3. Let's stay with Simonescu. Simonescu, good throwing ability. Abramov of Germany, his opponent. Interesting, the Germans always, actually, Richard Troutman always putting new talent out, so he's not afraid to put them out at the big tournaments. Very experienced Simonescu. Third place in Antalya Grand Prix 2019, Simonescu, and also third place in the Baku Grand Slam. Of course, the absolute star of the heavyweights, Teddy Riner, not here. He's going to choose his tournaments very, very carefully. He did the World Masters just recently, and he was back to his very best dominant form. Been beaten a couple of times over the last year and a half, Teddy Riner. Everybody thought, well, this is it then, and it didn't look like that at the World Masters. Sometimes we need other things to give us a little bit of a boost. Krapelik, who is the world champion in the heavyweight division, is here, as is Tushishvili. Tushishvili is former world champion, 2019. Roy Mayer, of course, is here. Zalashvili, the young Georgian world champion for juniors, and he's here. Keep putting him out there with Tushishvili. Possibility of them meeting in the semi-final, but like I say, nothing going according to plan here. Somebody isn't reading the script. Oh, that's it. Now then, did he get it? No, that was all Abramov. And Abramov has just dropped into the hole down there. And Simonescu, just manages to turn out. He was in trouble there, Simonescu. He's a Shido on the board. Abramov. Well, they're having a little look. I think the video referee is having a look at the landing to see whether Simonescu had any kind of control and direction for the throw. It was Abramov that actually did the movement, and he does get it. Simonescu gets it. So nearly gets held down, but gets a score. Well, he certainly knows he's been in a fight here, doesn't he? And that's Grau. That's going to be a Wazari, and Abramov scores a Wazari there with the Yoko Satemi. Not sure if we'll catch the end of that. We're going to do more than that. He winds up onto that arm and then just directs Simonescu onto his side. Great stuff. The Germans have another youngster here, and he's going to, well, he succumbs to the hold down now, just needs to hold him for 10 seconds. And a little bit of a scare there for Simonescu. We've never seen Abramov before. Going to see him I think, in the future, that's for sure. Let's go, I think, to mat number 1, where we've got a top seed in the minus 100 kilos category. Coral is the number 2 seed, I think, in this tournament, and he is down in Pool C, but here he is up against Miniskin of Estonia. Coral wins by Ippon. We've just missed it. We'll catch them though, don't worry. Oshiek Takagi is coming out in the minus 100 kilos category. Formerly represented Japan, of course. Japanese now competing for Australia. And he's up against Serikbayev of Kazakhstan. We'll stay on this mat. Of course, Oshiek Takagi is now living in Australia. He has some nice technique as well. Just a contrast of styles. The Kazakh, Uzbek style of doing judo, very physical, very strong, and of course the Japanese style, very upright. More traditional. A lot of the wrestling styles work their way into the judo. The Mongolian, Georgian, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, all of these countries have their own forms of wrestling that formulate different ways in. Still Uchimata, but different way in, different grip, different kumakata. You see he's absolutely physically pulling the head down there of Oshiek Takagi. Not enough though, he's got to attack as well. Serikbayev hasn't attacked yet, dominated the grip, big left arm over, and like I say, with intent, is there going to be intent to throw or just to get his opponent penalised? Two Shidos up there to Takagi. Doesn't want to be there. He really doesn't. Not with that left arm over the top there. So he's got the big arm over the top. He's got the lapel. That is not a traditional grip. So needs to go in. Now he needs to go. And, oh, well done. That was a good counter there by Oshiek Takagi. And he was waiting for it there. Serikbayev came in for the Uchimata and he gets tipped. I think they've given that the wrong way, but video referee will have a look at that. I thought that was Takagi's. Definitely, it was Serikbayev that initiated the Uchimata, but he gets taken over. And Osiek Takagi was the one that countered. Well, without a doubt, that's definitely the way I saw it. Well, I still don't understand that. I think it was a Wazari for Takagi, and also possibility of head dive as well for Serikbayev. And yeah, that's it. So Ippon to Takagi. Interesting. Be interesting to have a little look. I'll need to be on my game a little bit with this replay here. I'm getting into the fight and forgetting to press the replay. So bear with me. Benjamin Fletcher is next up from Ireland, representing Ireland, and he is up against Dishev of Bulgaria. Well, you never meet a nicer man than this one, and Fletcher. And he upsets a few as well. He's got a great record against some of the greats. Yoko Toshi there. He was a bit miffed about that Shido he just got. Left against right, so finding it difficult to put the sleeve hand on. And I was talking to Udo Qualmaus this morning about how difficult it is to get two hands on, and the fact that a lot of the techniques are coming off one hand. And of course Koga made that, didn't he? I mean, that was his problem, and he did something about it. But that's why a lot of the French are scoring with the grip and attack. So they'll have one hand on, then the other hand will come on as they're moving in. So the second hand grips as they're moving into place for the throw. It literally is grip and attack. So good. Ben Fletcher just attacking at the right time here, but only able to go one way. Dosen there right the way across the face of Fletcher. So again, trying to set him up. Dosen there just so strong, physically so strong. He receives a Shido. He's got to attack as well. How powerful does he look, Dosen? Now he's got the sleeve, or has he? No, he still hasn't got the sleeve there, Fletcher. But attempts the Uchimata. I think maybe needs to look for the sleeve first and then the lapel. So two Shidos each. A little bit of frustration here, and you can see that Dosen is keeping that right arm back. Looking for the same Yoko Toshi there.
Second round, men under 100 kilograms. In white for Azerbaijan,
Well, he's working hard, but that's the best effort so far. I was saying he's working hard and looking for the opportunity just dives again for the Yoko Toshi. Well, equally, Dosen having a problem to get through the defences of Benjamin Fletcher. Not always a bad thing having a contest going time for first match, as long as you don't lose it, of course. But it gives you time to warm up. Not always the easiest thing to do, especially if you're on your own as a light heavy or a heavyweight. Well, whatever weight actually, but if you've got nobody to warm up with or not many people the same size, it can be a bit of a problem. Now he goes in with the Uchimata and the Ouchi. One technique off, I think, here, Benjamin Fletcher getting Dosen up to a third penalty. Just literally, if he throws a really strong attack in here, I think that we'll see Dosen goes into golden score. Might save him a few seconds, that, but definitely struggling. And that's the thing about the physicality of the Eastern Bloc countries. When they're so physically strong, very hard from a muscular endurance point of view to hold on to that pace. Well, certainly the early pace. It's kind of a contest of two halves. Here we go, Sumigish. And it might just be the third penalty up here for Dosen. Last chance. Finding it difficult condition-wise, Dosen. That was an attempt, might have saved him. Didn't get rotation with the hips, though. He knows he's got to do something. It might be all over here. So I think he's going to get the Shido for no rotation there. And Benjamin Fletcher is going to get this. Last chance. Oh, well, that went against the run of play, didn't it? So Wazari scored then by Dosen, and well, I'm not quite sure there what happened, but Dosen will go through, and let's hope that Benjamin Fletcher isn't badly injured. We're going to go on to mat number 2 and have a look at Kotsiev here up against Gorgiev of Bulgaria. Gorgiev of Bulgaria piling the pressure on there, and he has to do it because he's got 2 Shidos on the board already. Seen quite a few contests actually, just changed midway. Suddenly realised that they're just about to have an early bath. Kotsiev is one of those really awkward fighters from Azerbaijan, and he's just so rangy. That was off the ground, so a little bit of a delay there. Won't get the score for that. Well, I don't quite know what we're looking at here, what it's going to be for. I think probably best, and there's the Makakomi again. Normally, it's a lot tighter, that Makakomi. Well, that's going to cost Gurgiev third Judo, and Kotsev goes through. So no spectacular judo, I think, in these early rounds. I haven't seen anything yet, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure we're going to warm up. And the next matchup, Smith of the USA up against Toma Nikiforov. Nikiforov had a good run through in Doha, and it was really every match and mat time that was helping him get back to his best. He's been out injured, and now it's all about how can I get back. So Nikiforov in blue here, representing Belgium, world silver medalist, former world silver medalist, and straight into the attack. Solemidze of Georgia on mat number 1 against Dishev of Bulgaria, also in the minus 100 kilos category. Plus 100s, Kashbayev of Kazakhstan is on mat number 3 against Rakimov. Feel free. And that was an unusual, wasn't it? Nikiforov there looking for the counter. Smith almost takes him over, counter to a counter. In fact, he does. Gets the score for it as well. Wazari given. Almost right the way through there, breaking balance every time though. Nikiforov getting closer and closer. Still got plenty of time here. Smith fighting a good fight though. It's got high lapel grip and the second lapel, so needs to go in. Going for the arm here. Just a little bit lax there, wasn't he, Smith? Let Nikiforov come on top there, and looking for the Jujigatami. Now just needs to control the head. And that arm's going to come out. The arm comes out. Can he apply it? Yes, he does. Gets the hip on there. And that was a little bit lax there by Smith, I think, in the Newaza. And it enabled Nikiforov just to catch the arm, straighten it out. Almost out there, wasn't he? But not quite. So Nikiforov through, went a Wazari down though. Gazimov coming out here, minus 100s. So experienced, Gazimov always looks as if he's gassing, but then he'll explode in for something. Third place in 2017 for the Worlds, fifth place in 2019, and second place in the Dusseldorf Grand Slam. Always there in roundabouts. Here he is against Dvarby of Sweden, and Dvarby as well on the world circuit. Such a strong fighter, Dvarby. Also a regular medal winner on the world tour. Second in Hague Grand Prix. Third in Hohhot. 2 years actually in succession. He was third in Doha. Always looks as if he's got nothing left in the tank, Gazimov, and then suddenly he'll just explode through. Well, again, Gazimov, so physically strong, and you can see it, can't you, that very difficult to break through his defences. Gets Shido for not doing anything, so he needs to start. Well, I don't think we've seen him attack yet, Gazimov. Looking for the grip that he wants, and I think that when we do see him attack, it will mean something. Big arm over the top there, and Dvarby wasn't having any of it. It started in and it's gone out here. Now, can he get the arm out straight? Just manages to pull it in. But he managed the roll there, and he didn't like that at all, did he, Gazimov? Struggles at the best of time with his condition. You can never write him off, though. He'll just explode into a technique, get the necessary score. Always looks like he's struggling. I think it's unfortunate, isn't it, that they're having to use competition in order to gain condition and mat time. But it's just one of those things. I'm afraid it's not ideal, but having to do it. I think it's going to be quite an unusual Olympic Games, and I think there'll be some unusual results at the Olympics. I really do. That's my take on it, my prediction. There's the technique. Big Makakome, and he almost gets countered there. It was almost Teniotosh. "37 seconds left. Well, I'm going to go just zap over to mat number 1 here. We've got Ilyasov fighting his first fight up against Simanlar of Turkey. Ilyasov Certainly one of the favourites here. Third place in the World Championships in 2018. Ilyasov. He was also second place in 2019, so two-time world medalist. Not guaranteed going to the Olympics, though. So close there with that. World ranked number 6 at the moment, Ilyasov. Of course, Palchik is higher. Lipiteliani is the world number 1. Look at the big arm round the back there. Both of them. A lot of their techniques come from there. They have massive surigoshi movements, big hip movements, but then they'll do the counter techniques as well. So this time, Ilyasov gets a Shido. Looking for the Uranagi this time, and again, just can't quite get the timing right, can they? Just it's a strange one. A little bit of frustration as well setting in from all of the fighters. Second penalty up there. Sismanla of Turkey then now being beaten to the attack here. Ilyasov. Don't think that was intentional, and I don't think the referee will think it was either. Something happened though, little clash. Big arm over. Something's going to happen here now. Coming up to the last minute, and Sismanla thinks I've got to do something here. Well, Ilyasov is looking at the referee thinking, well, give him his third Shido, but that is intent, isn't it, to not win by a throw, but that's all different. Let's have a look at how that happened. Just off the grip here as they come together. Comes in first of all for Sodi Surikomigoshi. Kouchi finishes it all off. Excellent stuff. So Ilyasov has had a little bit of time out there now. They're not enjoying it, I'm sure they're not. Let's come down to have a look at Zalashvili. He's just about to come on mat number 3 here. Zankishiev just finished here. It's all over for him, and the Uzbek goes through. Zalashvili comes out for Georgia, and they've got depth in the heavyweights. They really have. Siputs of Hungary coming out. But this young Georgian is one for the future. Heavyweights plus 100 kilograms. Judo straight away there for the Hungarian. He wasn't too happy with that, but nobody was attacking. Well, both of them taking the sleeve grip right at the end. That means a thumb can disappear up the sleeve, and that's what's happened on two occasions here. One Shido apiece. So it's just kind of throwing Shidos away, really. Kosoto. Oh, now then. That was pretty close. I didn't think that was a score. I thought that, yeah, I thought that Zalashvili was the one initiating. Ziposh didn't think put enough into it, but he might get the Wazari for it. He might. I think the referee did the right thing. He does get a Wazari for it. Okay, good. Sometimes when you slow it down, you can just have a little look and see that there's direction behind the counter. Good opportune stuff there. Looking for the big hip movement here, Zalashvili. He wants the hip on. Well, he's not got off go yet, has he? Now he has the grip that he wants. Is he going to use it? Zipoch. That left arm there just going to push into the chest of Zalashvili. Second penalty to the Hungarian. And, oh, that was nice. Nice. Oh, Garuma there. First proper attack that we've seen there. Zalashvili was the one that did it. Change of direction this time. Kosoto, and that's it. Ippon scored. Big arm round the back. That's what he wanted. Now have a look at it because gets taken flat on his back. Could have been a Wazari, but gets given the Ippon. Fair dues. And Zalashvili is through to the next round. Big Kosoto Gak. Kind of waiting, wasn't he? Well, the Gazimov derby fight has just concluded. Gazimov gets the Ippon in the end. Let's go to mat number 2 and have a look. Kokolya against Semblitsi of Georgia.
Next contest, on tatami 2, second round for men under 100 kilo. In white for
So now we're into the second round then. Kokolya, formerly in the under 90s, now fighting at the heavier weight category, but certainly was very, very tall for under 90s. Don't forget there's a massive difference between under 90s and minus 100s. That's a big 10 kilo difference. And even if you were halfway in between the weight categories, it means that you've got to put another 5 kilos on, either in muscle. Maybe it went up more than that. Maybe he had to lose a lot of weight to get through to down to 90s. Oh, it's Ippon. Oh, massive. Well, he tied the arm up there, and as soon as he tied the arm up, the Georgian, watch, he goes over the top of the arm, the elbow goes over, and massive movement there. Kokolya goes flat on his back. Massive Ippon. Well, now it's starting to warm up a little bit. Here we go. The world champion up next, Shirazdashvili. This time at under 90 kilograms. Second round. All second round matches now. Up against Kochman of Israel. We're stopping on mat number 2. Remember that you can, if you want to see the ladies under 78s, Turchin is up against Bransa of Ivory Coast, and we've got mat number 1, Karamov against Madsen. Just turned away for a second there. Shirazdashvili scores. So was Ari up? Excuse me for that. Always different commentating the preliminary rounds. I'm shooting from mat 1, 2 and 3, and of course you can't give it your 100% concentration all the time, but we try. Of course you can't have commentary on every mat, just on one mat at a time. Of course the final block is totally different. Final block is going to be at 5 o'clock local time here, and that's a nice little Osoto there from Kochman. Wants that big arm over the top. He's got a big Uchimata as Shirazdashvili. He's set up for it now as well. He's got the grip that he wants. Got to be careful of the Sakeshi though. It's left against right. So Kochman gets a Shido for holding the belt too long. You can hold the belt and then attack, but you can't hold it for any length of time. Big arm, thundering arm over the top there. Kochman knows it. You've got to be a little bit cautious, Shirazdashvili. Otherwise, Kochman will go underneath for the Sianegi. Shido a piece, and that means a second one up for Kochman. doing everything right here. Shirajdashvili is clever with his timings, and he knows that he's got a really capable fighter here with Kochman, and he's got to look after that Wazari win, but that Wazari score, should I say, but not go too defensive. So going forwards all the time. He's looking for the third Shido. By the looks of it, Kochman under pressure, and that's going to be it. So Shirajdashvili, a little bit of tactics coming in there. Kochman is going to get a third Shido. And he's going to go through to the third round there. Shirajdashvili. He'll be fighting the winner from Grossklaus and Cesar of Austria, sorry, not Australia. Oh, it is Australia, sorry. Excuse me. Let's stay on mat number 2 then. Grossklaus from Switzerland, Cesar of Australia stepping out here. Round 2, under 90 kilos category. This is all in Pool A. Remember, you've got to get to the quarterfinals to have any chance of a medal. Get to the semi-final, you've got 2 chances guaranteed. But losing the quarterfinals, you've got to do a final repechage match to get you through to a medal match. Nice to see that Australia sent some fighters out, starting to have some success with their athletes. They've got a great program going on at the moment. Nice Kosoto there from Cesar. Gavin Kelly, dear friend, is in charge of the Australian program, and like I say, doing a great job, and is always looking for new ways to give his fighters opportunities. Now looking for the turnover there. Now can he secure it? That was really close, wasn't it? Had the arm under control there. Grossklaus was in all sorts of problems. It's a good Newaza as well. Trained with me at Coventry and with all my full-timers for quite some time, and knows the importance of Newaza as well. Well, tight fight this. 1 minute 37 to go. Cesar's got a Shido on the board, but it's all him at the moment. He's got 2 Shidos on the board now, but if anybody was going to score, it was going to be him. So a gripping infringement gives him a third Judo there, and Cesar loses to Grossklaus, and he goes through. I think we're going to have a little look here. We've got Babayev, Nyman. What have we got? Kapelik is down there on mat number 3. Let's go and have a look at him. On mat number 3, the world champion. Vakhvavyuk of Belarus, his opponent. Let's see what Kapelik can do. Was having a real problem getting his balance right in the last competition that I saw him in. Lost a couple of times in that match, so that Olympic badge that he has on there is Olympic champion in the weight below, of course, in minus 100 kilograms. Then he went up to heavyweights, and of course, without the Teddy Riner, the great Teddy Riner in the tournament, he became world champion. We've seen all the top heavyweights losing at some stage or another. I think that's a little bit, it's not a lottery, but it all depends on who gets it right on the day, I think, for the Olympic Games. Look how strong Vakhvavyuk of Belarus looks, and it all depends on how long he can maintain that, because that kind of power is difficult to maintain. So Wazari scored, I think. Yes, Vakhvavyuk gets the Wazari. So Kapelik goes behind again. So now Kapelik has to come forwards. He really needs this tournament to start to put him back on. And Sodisura Kamigoshi there, Vakhvavyuk just manages to climb off it. A little bit of panic coming here, and is that going to be a score? Is that enough? I don't think it had the landing. I really don't. Landed on his front, so no landing there. 34 seconds and starting to panic. It's only current World Olympic champions can wear the gold or the red patches. 23 seconds to go, and Kapelik, could this be another upset? We saw a lot of world champions. Muki went out yesterday, first round. Kalmazeyev of Russia, the Olympic champion at 81 kilos. He went out first round. Sodisura Kamigoshi, Kapelik going right and left here, and it's gone. Vakhvavyuk beats the world and Olympic champion, and he is out. Wow. Straight over to mat number 1. We're going to have a look at Gviniashvili. He's started to find a bit of form here, but he's up against Shirov of Kyrgyzstan. Looks to me as if they're about 40 seconds into the contest. Well, he was junior world champion, Gviniashvili, but we haven't seen him with the same form at senior level, although sometimes at the Grand Prix, Grand Slams, we do see him absolutely dynamic. He was forced to go into the minus 100 kilos because of Lipitiliani at the last Olympic cycle for the last Olympic Games. So he went into the heavier weight category, qualified for the Olympic Games. Lipitiliani went, of course, at under 90s, and now they've swapped over. Lipitiliani's at minus 100s, and Gviniashvili at number 5 at the moment, so he's just off having something done from the doctor. Are we going to see him come back all wrapped up and mummified? Lovely place out there. The reason I'm stopping here is that I just wanted to see what kind of form Gviniashvili was on. Well, you can go on to the other mats. Petrosilka of Germany in the under 90s up against Lorzanov of Russia. Another new Russian. Spikers of the Netherlands at the plus 100 kilograms up against Mamedov on mat number 3. Here we go. Mat number 1. Gviniashvili in white here. Well, although they're not renowned for their newaza, their groundwork, most of the Georgians have one turn or something that they do, a specialty in ground, and Gviniashvili is one of them. So just falling behind here, Shirov attacking all the time, and can't afford another one, Gviniashvili. He'll have to get on the pace a little bit here. Not having it all his own way, is he? Gets the second penalty, and that's what Shirov wanted. Big right arm throw there. I don't think that's a good place. That might be a second penalty up to Shirov. So now it's 2 penalties apiece, and Gviniashvili wants to get on with it. Wants to throw that big right arm over the back there, and you can see Shirov's going to lose this because of falling on his face. Doesn't like that right arm over the back. None of us do, of course. It's not the best. And that was a false attack. For me, that was a false attack. There's a little look at the top table there, just to see. It's got to be an agreement for everybody. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness me, what a beautiful technique that was. Let's have a little look at that as they come together here. Could have got the third Judo here, Shirov, but it wasn't needed. Wow, talk about Makikomi. Not quite sure if it was Sota Makikomi, but we'll have another look at it. We'll see if we can slow it down just a little bit. We haven't seen many great tip-ons, have we? But that was almost kata, wasn't it? And he certainly gets the landing. And just having a little bit of fun. Excellent stuff. Well, watch out, this man here, because this is a good one to step on. This is an Ippon man, Bobanov here. Uzbekistan are flying, they really are. Every one of their fighters really, really strong. That was a really strong technique from Goz, though, of Hungary. Sianagi, so tight on the arm. Sianagi again, and this time easily stopped from Bobanov. Bobanov just squashes it, says, okay, enough of that one. Now something's going to happen here. Oh my goodness, he's way up there. That was amazing, that really was. That was counter to a counter to a counter. So it's Bobanov that picks him up, but look at that. Tries to get the pick up there, Goz, and then it was Bobanov again. Brilliant counter to a counter. And he wants that big arm round the back there. I'm not so sure that wasn't, well, it was almost bear hug, almost. Got to be careful that both arms don't come round at the same time. Well, my prediction here is that somebody is going to go for Ippon here. I think Goz is doing a good job at the moment to contain Bobanov, but I think Bobanov will find his balance in a minute. He's got a great Sianagi as well, Bobanov. Really good, and he goes off the lapel as well. Straight in, does it right and left. Didn't get the rotation that time, did he, Goz? Bashev is on mat number 3, plus 100, smallest heavyweight, but certainly one of the bravest at heavyweights, and at the moment number 2 in Russia. But they wanted heavyweights. They've got a couple now. Medvedev on mat number 2, up against Dues of France. We're on mat number 1. Bobanov here. still trying to find a way through, but I still think that this is going to end. Gut feeling. Looking for the counter there, Goz, but it has to be more direct than that. Has to be more applied. They're having a little look to see if it warrants a score. I didn't think it did. So yet again, one of the top fighters finding it difficult to get the balance right. It's taken a little bit of mat time. It's the kumakacha as well, the gripping strategies that really you can see that they just haven't got quite the timing. And it's the grips that initiate the major control. Well, now Goz has the sleeve, needs to use it. Done a good job so far, and ooh, that was close. Elbow was out though. Have a look at the landing. Ashiwaza, well, goes one way, then goes the other. Elbow right the way out, so doesn't warrant a score. He's looking for that left Sianagi Bobanov. So nowhere near what we have seen him in the last few tournaments, Bobanov, which is a bit of a shame. I've seen him absolutely spectacular. Now, oh, big hips across. Coming up to first 4 minutes. Not all going his way. It's going to go into golden score. Time to reflect, think about things. Still think it will be the left Sianagi from Bobanov that will score in the end. Oh, it's all over. It's all over. Wazari scored and Bobanov is out. So Goz, with that Kosoto there. Not sure if we're going to catch it. No, we just catch the end there. Another surprise here, and one of the favourites for me, under 90 kilograms, goes out. Second round match, and it's all over. Well, what can we say? So just having a look at contests coming up, and let's go up to mat number 3, and we've got Hegi against Rakimov. 2 Shidos up there to Hegi, one of the smallest of the heavyweight division, but a lot of spirit. He was a junior coming through. He was junior world champion. I think he was junior world champion. Certainly a medal winner in the on the world tour, with medals in Zagreb, Dusseldorf and Budapest. But he's down here and he's got to do something. One more mistake and it's all over. Rakimov here doing everything right. Oh, it's all over. Lovely Ashiwaza there from Rakimov. Ashiwaza one way, then look at this, switch of direction. And then he'll go the other way. And this is what switching to the other flank is all about. Double little stab at that front leg, didn't he? There's the front one, there's the first one. Great change of direction. It's what we talk about when we say about hitting the opposite flank. Go one way, opposite reaction, go the other. Super. Roy Mayer is up now, up against Batyarov of Uzbekistan. I was standing next to Batyarov in the elevator of the hotel, and he's huge. But all the heavyweights, I mean, they are, especially when you're standing next to Teddy Riner, who's head and shoulders above all of them. Oh, look at that. He's got that. He's got that. And nice little harakatami there with the legs. Can he get the right angle with it? I think that is very, very close. And now he's in trouble. Look at that. All of a sudden, from almost getting the arm lock, he gets turned into the hold down. Nice bit of newaza. How good to see that. Never afraid and never stopped going forward, Roy Mayer. A real family man, Roy Mayer. They'll all be cheering and hoping that he can gain valuable world ranking points. And, well, there's the drop C and Aggie. We know he's got spirit and we know that he wants it really, really badly. He was really building himself up for the last fight that he had, which was against Teddy Riner. I've got to say, though, that's the best I've seen him, Teddy Riner, for a long time. That was at the World Masters. Only the top fighters in the World Masters. Not to be mixed up with the world veterans. Sianagi again there. Rektoriev just killing that Cianagi, but it's going to get a Shido for it because he hasn't done anything. Well, Bakhtiarov has to attack himself. He hasn't done anything so far. Now he has big O Uchis, big O Garuma. One of the up-and-coming Georgians is on mat number 1 at the moment, Bakuri. Up against Tenabum of Israel in the under 90 kilograms category. Well, that didn't have any hands there. He might get a Shido for that, Roy Mayer. He dropped all the way in, but it didn't have any hands. Gets away with it. That's what he wants to do, is just get on his bike a little bit there. Just move around. That's when he creates space. It's going to be a second penalty, I think. Bakhtiarov any second now. See how he just wraps up his own hand there. I think that's so dangerous. In my opinion, that shouldn't be allowed. If they turn the wrong way, your hand is completely caught. And we've seen a few of them do it, and actually even the supervisors, referee commission look at it and think, well, that's not quite right. And I think that it's something that they will definitely jump on in the future. Feed the hand through, and it ties your own hand up. Sodomakakomi, and he nearly goes over, doesn't he, Roy Mayer? Well, they were both waiting for that little bell there. Seconds, well, somebody didn't start the clock. So now is the chance for Roy Mayer. Needs to get a little bit of movement, and he will stand more of a chance of getting through for that Cianagi at the moment, though. There it is. So that's one good attack from Roy Mayer. Let's go over to mat number 2. I'm going to go have a look at Christian Toth there, former world silver medalist. And if you want to continue there with Roy Mayer, stay on mat number 3 and see how that concludes. Another tough match here for Toth. 2 Shidos apiece here, and I think every athlete that we've seen so far having a real problem to coordinate. Toth is saying that, well, he was just pushing the sleeve down there, Kushik, and that's going to be Honsokamaki. So we came in just at the wrong time there, didn't we? Okay, over to mat number 1. We'll have a look at Macedo against Kucera of Poland. Big thrower, Macedo. That's what we want to see.
של גברים מעל 100 קילוגרם. בחליפה הלבנה מייצגת גיאורגיה, גילה זלישווילי. הוא החליפה הכחולה מישראל, סרפים.
Very tall, rangy fighter, Katsera. Looking for the Uranagi. Look at this. Pulled that out of nowhere, didn't he? Well, some of the British guys that were watching yesterday were saying that weren't too impressed in the under 81s with the huge pickups almost off the ground. But the rule is that if both elbows don't touch first, then the game is still on. But there's not many people can do those pickups there. That was close, wasn't it there? Macheda was right the way underneath there for the Seoinage. Well, it's all Macheda. And I think Katsera is having a problem just getting an attack in. Kosoto, oh, that's going to score. Ippon scored there. Thought it was a bit of a rolling one, but wow. Katsera, Kosoto goes over the top there with the arm. Thought it was a little bit soft personally, but I thought maybe better was Ari. But even so, I thought that that was a great attack. Well, he'll be angry about that, Macheda. That's for sure. So under 90 kilograms. Let's have a look at David Oganisyan of Russia up against Mungai of Italy. Like I say, some new Russians out here. They have a really strong junior group as well that dominated the under 23s and the under 21 European Championships. So they just keep putting them out all the time. It's just non-stop. Well, Mungai is very experienced as well. So this is by no means a one-way street. Right against left here, the Russian Oganisyan is left. Now looking for the Tominagi. Nice Yoko Tominagi attempt. Full intention to throw there. Well, we really are seeing some tough old matches here in these early rounds. Remember that the final block is going to be this evening, 5 p.m. our time here in Israel, 3 p.m. British time, and 4 p.m. in Europe. Now, strangle. Looking for the leg strangle there. No rotation there whatsoever. Well, if I'd have been Oganessian, I would have, well, he's going to get it anyway. I was going to say I would just let him get the Judo for the drop. Looking for the Uchimata all the time, the Russian. Has a lot of success with that Mungai, with the Tomanagi, but no chance with this man. That was better though. Well, he realises now, doesn't he, Mungai, that this could be an early exit if he's not careful. Sangaku on with the legs there. And he wants out of there, doesn't he, there? He's submitted. Oganessan there had to submit. That was brilliant stuff, it really was. He had the Sangaku on, and look at that, tries to come up and keeps contact with the mat there all the time and gets the Ippon. Super bit of newaza there by the Italian. Mungai goes through. Well, surprise after surprise here in Tel Aviv. I think we'll go to the minus 78s on mat number 3. Have a look at, see how they're doing. Shemelieva of Russia up against Prodan of Croatia here. Shemelieva is in white.
Second round for women over 78 kilograms. Tatami 1 in white for Belarus. Marina Slutsky. In blue for Hungary. Sinetvary Mercedes.
Well, it's nice to see the points going different places. It puts a bit more interest on the final outcome, which of course is going to be the Olympic Games. Very right-handed, isn't she, Shemelieva? And Prodan very left. Look at the grip there. You can see quite clearly the right against left grip. Lefty there dominating the sleeve. Maltsan next up on this mat. Shmileva probably just ahead on attacks. Doesn't mean anything really though. Prodan can easily increase the attacks. All square at the moment. Just drifted out the area there, Prodan. And now, well, she was looking for the Juji, I think. Shmileva gets the penalty. So the penalty is for not attacking. All posture but no attack. Different matches happening at the moment. Sletskaya of Belarus is on there against Vikvari of Hungary. Sarah Adlington of Great Britain will be next up on that mat 1 against Gasparian of Russia. Nunez is fighting Biklash of Kazakhstan. That's on mat number 2, and we've got Shmileva here against Prodan. And this is in the under 78 kilograms.
Next contest on tatami 2. Second round, women over 78 kilo. In white for Germany, Yasmin Grabowski. In blue for Turkey, Kubranur Esir.
Just one Shido on the board. Shmileva has it. Well, let's go and have a look on mat number 1 here. Let's swap over. Doesn't look like a score's going to happen there against Shmileva and Prodan. Sarah Adlington of Great Britain up against Gasparian of Russia. This is plus 78 kilograms. Big arm over the back there from Gasparian. Nice attack there from Adlington. So a little bit of blood, I think. No, a little bit of tape. I don't want that, she says. Kosoto, now something's going to happen. Kasparian was in there. Did well there, Sarah Adlington, to avoid that. Now she needs to put an attack in herself. Well, both these ladies really attacking and giving it their all. No Shidos on the board, and anybody's match this. That's going to be a score. Let's have a look at how that came about. Just as they came together here, Adlington was thinking, I think, of the Kosoto and change of direction there from Gasparian. And now it's just a 10-second hold down needed. All over, Gasparian goes through. We'll stay on this mat because Roman Dico is up next, probably the favourite for the category, up against Sarah Alvarez of Spain.
Second round, women over 78 kilograms, category 1. In white for France, Roman Dico. In blue for Spain,
Dico of France then, out she comes. European champion, Dico, first in the Grand Slam in Paris, first in the Doha Masters, so on a really good run here, Dico. That's going to be a Wazari straight away. Dominating the sleeve here, look how strong she looks. Makakomi and straight into the Wazari. All over, just a 10-second hold down there, Alvarez. No chance there. So Dico goes through to the quarter-final. And gives us a chance just to have a look, see where we are now. Palchik is up on mat number 2, so we'll go over to the favourite there. Big arm over the top there straight away from Palchik. Ramarenko representing the United Arab Emirates. He's caused a few surprises as well with some of the major players, and he can really perform. Not been on the best of form just recently. Third round of the minus 100 kilograms category. It's the most people I've seen in a stadium actually the last 3 tournaments because there was just the janitor, and that, is that going to be a score actually? Let's Let's have another look. Pressed the wrong one. Should have been on number 2 there, but never mind. We'll get another chance. It wasn't a score, but it was close. It went over the top, actually the neck and shoulders. It's got to be a part of the back. That's going to be a Judo. Has to be a Judo. So Ramarenko just drops onto his back there. No chance of breaking balance. He doesn't get the Judo. That really surprises me. That should have been a false attack. Well, he does get it. Ramarenko gets it. Now he's starting to wake up, Ramarenko. Palchik now needs a bit of space for his Sianagi. It's another tight match here in the minus 100 kilos category. This is to go through to the quarterfinals, and the winner of this will be fighting the winner of Konkav's and Borisenko. Surprises everywhere in this tournament. Oh, big hips. That's going to be a score, is it? Yes, it's going to be a score. Wazari scored. Directly into the hold down. Massive hip movement. Look at that. Big ogoshi, surigoshi movement. There were about 3 stabs at it. Just held him down then. Just needed to collect him up, and then it was all over. Palchik through to the quarterfinals, and everybody in the stadium loving it, absolutely loving it. Stenhouse of the Netherlands just won on mat number 3 against Rafova of Kazakhstan. Let's have a look at the Konkavs then. We'll stay on mat number 2 here and have a look at Konkavs. This is the winner of this fighting Palchik in that quarterfinals. Well, it's not going to happen because we've got cleaning of the tatami just about to happen. So stay with it. We'll go up over to mat number 3 and have a look at Wagner versus Turchin. Wagner of Germany. Turchin of the Ukraine.
Second round for women over 78 kilograms, category 1. White for Puerto Rico, Melissa Mojica. In blue for Croatia, Ivana Maranic.
Uchimata. Hooks the leg in. Then hops the support leg central. That was as close as we've been there, wasn't it, Wagner? Uchimata again, here we go. Nice technique there by Wagner. Knows what she wants and just feeds that leg in. You can't keep the leg fed in without going in for the attack straight away. But so far, doing everything right. Ouchi this time. Ouchi. Got to be careful she doesn't grapevine. Of course, one of the problems going same way all the time is that they get a little bit savvy to it. Now going for the shimiwaza. That looks to me as if it might be on. Certainly getting the right reactions there. Ippon scored then for Wagner. That was well and truly on.
After this contest, on Tatami 3, there will be also short break for winning. So Tatami 3, break for winning.
Now through to the quarterfinals. Malsan already through, so they'll have their little battle maybe, potentially, a little bit later on. Babin Saver against Stanglergen of Italy. Is the next match, and Audrey Chimeo, a France former world champion, will be fighting Boroli of Slovenia. So some interesting little matches happening. So they're having a little clean on the mat 3. Let's go to mat number 2. I think that's just about to start again, where we've got Konkavas and Brisenko. Just about to happen. A little bit of a break in the action, just gives us a chance to reflect.
In the blue judo for Australia, Kaihan Oschichek Takaki. We continue the contests on Tatami 2. Third round for men under 100 kilograms. In white for Brazil, Leonardo Gonçalves. In blue for Chile, Thomas Bricero.
Konkavas of Brazil in white. Nice technician, like his judo. See the fingers all taped up. First thing to go, of course, the fingers. The gripping strategies, so hard physically on the hands. Looking for the Uchimata here. Uchimata or the Tayatoshi. The arm's on the outside, so I don't think it'll be the Tayatoshi, but I think it will be the Uchimata. Brichenko kills it dead. Said no, I felt it. Gets a Shido for not attacking. Now he's starting to move, isn't he? Konkavas. And now looking for the tip as well. A little bit of frustration there. Don't see Brochino, sorry, on the world circuit much. One way for them to come, of course. Pan American third place in 2019. And third place in the Grand Slam Rio de Janeiro, but that was way back in 2012. I think with a lot of the competitors thinking, well, we've got 6 months of work now to the Olympic Games. Weren't sure whether it was all going to go on, and now, of course, they know that it's a good possibility that it's definitely going to happen. Nothing's set in stone, of course, but the more success we have putting events on safely, then the better chance we have of the Olympic Games going ahead. And of course, so important. Pino Maddaloni, we were talking about it just coming to the stadium and saying how important it is for the fighters. I think we're going to see something score in a minute. Saying that, they both look tired, don't they? Still think we might see that Uchimata, but he's just a little bit wary because it's right against left. He can feel that the just the slip of the hip there from Brashenko. Tries the change of direction this time, Brasheno. So mostly all of the coaches behaving themselves. Just the odd time, they're just a little bit excited. I think a little bit frustrated as well that the athlete's not quite performing up to scratch, and maybe want them to attack a little bit more. Golden score, this one. I haven't seen so many golden scores today, which is good. It means that the implementation of the rules is quite strict. Uchimata, there it is. Looking for that all the time. That's going to be a score. That's going to be it. And Koncalves does the Koshiguruma. Wasn't really the right angle for us to see from here whether it had a side landing. It was a side front landing. I think the supervisors will have a look at that from about 3 different angles just to see if it did have the landing. It always seems to be controversy when it comes to the landing, when it's side to front as opposed to side or side to back. So not giving it this time. So the contest carries on. Good decision there from the video referee, and that's going to be it. That's definitely a Wazari. So it's all of a sudden just switched. He landed on both elbows or both hands down, and from being the winner, all of a sudden he's not. Absolutely devastating in a way, but that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. We're going to stop, I think. I was going to say we'll stop on this mat, but let's go over to mat number 3, have a look at Chimeo, Audrey Chimeo, see what kind of form she's on. Brole of Slovenia, her opponent. She can be absolutely dynamic, Chimeo. She looked in better form, certainly in Doha, than we've seen her. And they keep putting her out. They want her there as either the number 2, and that's what they're fighting for here. 2 position in France. Dominating the head, sticking the attacks in. Brolin already has a Judo on the board. Can't do anything with the really strong Chimeo. Second penalty coming up. And that really was a false attack. It was just a flop and drop. It really was. Gets the nod this time, but you've got to be very careful with the flop and drop. And it's all over, I think. So Chimeo's going to go through. So Chimeo goes through to the next round, to round 3. We'll have a little look at Verkerk coming up. In fact, we'll go over to mat number 2 because mat number 2, Kutseyev and Nikiforov, is happening at this second. Nikiforov and Wazari up. Nice Sianagi there. Nikiforov getting closer and closer with those Sianagis. Kutseyev not quite as awkward as we have seen him, and normally the big right, thundering right arm, he's just so rangy with it, and it causes so many problems for his opponents, but looks a bit out of sorts today. Not quite sure what they've seen now at the moment. Piling the attacks on Nikiforov. Didn't look in too much danger down there, did he? Oh, big hip movement. Not giving up on it, Kotsev. And still a long way to go here. There's still half the contest still to go. Well, just about to say there, you've got to be a little bit careful pulling them in when they've got a big hip movement. Needs to make sure that he doesn't just rest on his laurels here, Nikiforov. This is an important competition for Nikiforov because every step and every step in the right direction is so important to him as far as points is concerned and qualification. Well, the score up there, Kotsev has got the score, and it suddenly changed everything. Now then, was that a score? I didn't see the other hand, didn't see where that landed. So Kotsev has got the Wazari there, not Nikiforov. Nikiforov gets a Wazari as well, and all of a sudden, game on again. So Wazari apiece, 42 seconds left, first 4 minutes. Not the easiest thing to do when your forearms are blown, I'll tell you, the hardest thing. Pull your jacket down, easier said. So he's got the grip, Nikiforov. Oh, that's it. That's going to be all over. Kotsev then counters Nikiforov. And Nikiforov, big mistake. Tries for the Kosoto Uranagi, and wow. He just gets countered. And he goes flat on his back, and I hope that he's not injured. I really do. All right, we're going to go off this this match now. We're going to go back to number one, mat number one, Ilyasov here up against Borodavko of Latvia. So it's going into golden score. Oh, look at that. What a technique that was. Beautiful Ashiwaza that. Just came in at the right time there. He had the big right arm over the back there. Watch how he just scoops onto the leg and then he'll drive. Beautiful. It was actually a technique. Borodavko kind of starts it off. Look how he starts the technique off, but it was definitely Ilyasov there, scoops the leg up. Puts him flat on his back. We'll stay on this mat because I'd like to see Giminiashvili as well, who's going to step up after this. Madsen of Denmark here against Svirid of Belarus.
30 round for winner number 100 kilogram. In white for Denmark, Mathias Madsen. In blue for Belarus, Nikita Svirid.
'We'll stay on this mat because I'd like to see Giminiashvili as well, who's going to step up after this. Madsen of Denmark here against Svirid of Belarus. Judo apiece. Got to start to attack. Both controlling the head. They're both set up for it. Second Shido up. It's red there of Belarus. Trying to figure out what happened, but he's been backed up all the time by Madsen. Thundering right arm going over there from Srid. Ashiwaza on the opposite flank this time. A little bit of frustration going on there. Could be a second penalty up here for Madsen. So one of the Shido's taken off for Srid, and I tend to agree with them. I thought that a bit unfortunate there to have two penalties. No real major attacks are there from either of these fighters. Touched the legs there. I thought that Madsen touched the legs. I think that's going to be a Shido for Madsen. Missed it. Kosoto this time. Well, that would have made a difference, that. Two Shidos up for Madsen. Got the belt now, and Big Maki Kome. Already up to the quarter-final stages in the plus 100 kilograms. Quarter-final match there. Bakaviak of Belarus against Spikers of the Netherlands. That's happening on mat number 3. We'll finish with this one though. Kosoto this time, and nearly walked onto it, didn't he there? Madsen does get the penalty in the end. Anybody's match, this one. Credit to Madsen. Remember, this is a Grand Slam. This is always the danger, and now into golden score here.
Golden score, tatami 1.
Big shout there on mat number 3. Spikers, the winner, going into the semi-final. Spikers in the heavyweight division. Okay, so Zurid of Belarus then wins by ippon against Madsen in golden score. Just 14 seconds into golden score. Gviniashvili up next against Max Stewart of Great Britain.
Tatami 1, next contest is third round for men under 90 kilograms. In white for Georgia, Gviniashvili. In blue for Great Britain, Max Stewart.
First competition for 12 months, Max Stewart. Telling me that just hasn't been out there. You know, it's been difficult for everybody, I think. But here he is, up against one of the greats here with Gviniashvili. Well, I thought that was the other way around, actually. I thought Gviniashvili was pinning the sleeves, but there we go. Nice Hashiwaza. That was so quick. It really was. Looking for both flanks, isn't he, Gviniashvili? Nice Hashiwaza. Just hooks on to the outside of the leg there. Look at the Soto Makikomi. So Max Stewart now got to get himself going and start to attack. They've got the same grip there. It's a little bit too close with Gviniashvili, I would have said, but drops Sianagi there, just gets squashed. Does well not to go onto his side or back. That's going to be it. Fell into the hole down there, Max Stewart. Gviniashvili there, just ready to pounce. And I said that they've got one or two things that they do quite well in Newaza, and the transition in is one of them. So Max Stewart, first run out, loses to Gviniashvili. Gviniashvili then through into the quarter-final stage. Needed to win that, Max Stewart, to have any chance of a medal, but round 3, Grand Slam, he will pick up points. We're going to whip over to mat number 2, where Shiraz Dashvili is up against Crossklaus. Seen this several times, this matchup. Already, Cross-Klaus has 2 Shidos on the board. He knows that he's got to come forwards and that he's got to attack. Oh, nice change of direction. Beautiful stuff. What a change of direction that was. Look at that. Big right arm over the back there. Sianagi attempt by Cross-Klaus. But now watch this. Shirazdashvili just switches it there. What a Sasai Surikomiyashi that was. He gets the lift as well. We'll have another look at that. Loved it. This is what sets it up. Watch the Sianagi. There's the Sianagi here. And now he's got the Uchimata to the right, remember, but he just switches it there. Sasai Surikomi. You need the lift for Sasai. So it's more Sasai than it is Hiza, I think. Hiza is block, but if you get lift, then it's Sasai. Just let's have a look from a technical point of view. Then he gets the lift. Beautiful stuff. Shirazdashvili goes through. So Buzbayev of Kazakhstan. Bit of a shaky first round. Here he is up against Lozanov of Russia. Real strong fight for grips. Both of these two just trying to dominate the sleeve.
Next contest, third round for men under 90 kilogram. In white judo gi representing Georgia.
Second Shido then for Lozanov. They both get a Shido there. Buzbayev gets 1-2, but one more for the Russian, and it'll be all over. Well, now he's starting to work, Buzbayev. That was a push. I think he's got to be a little bit cautious the way he does that. When head goes down, it's definitely a push. That's going to be a Wazari, is it? Did he get the landing? He does. He gets it counted because of, I think, using the head as well as defence. Good decision, that. So they are having a look at the landing, but I think because of the head that it can stand. So he does get it. Still 2 minutes to go. Big hip movement, massive Surigoshi, arm over the back. Starting to realise, I think, that it's slipping away from him. Buzbayev just controlling this. Better in this match than he was in the last one.
Third round, men under 90 kilograms, Tatami 1. In white for Poland, Piotr Kushera. In blue for Italy, Nicolas Morgai.
Ah, now then, not quite, I don't think. Goes off the Sodi. Gets the hip on anyway, but watch this. Just comes off the wrong way there. He's on the arm, look. Goes in for the juji, and it's all over. Nice transition. Bazbayev goes through then. Toshishvili, the former world champion, just holding off on mat number 3 at the moment. We've got the other Georgian, Zelashvili, just about to come out for his quarterfinal against Roy Maya. Let's go and have a look at that one. Toshishvili, the winner, and he's through to the semi-final. Possibility of 2 Georgians in those semi-finals in the heavyweight division. That's the plan anyway for them. Certainly not Roy Maya's plan. Dropped Sinagi again there. Roy Maya gets a Shido for it though. Didn't get the rotation. I like Zelashvili. I think he's got a lot of potential. Third place in the Hungarian, should I say, Grand Slam 2020. But first place in Zagreb and also in Baku, all in 2019. So he was fairly new onto, he was junior world champion, new onto the scene, and he's been a medal winner at every event. Roy Maya was third place in the World Championships 2019. First place in Antalya 2019. That was in the Grand Prix there. Bakhtiyarov of Uzbekistan was his opponent in the last round, and he had to beat Sylvain of Italy in the first round. Oh, Sodagari nearly counters him as well, doesn't he? Roy Maya was waiting for that. Soritsura Kamigoshi. Is he going to go again? Doing well here, Roy Maya. Got 2 Shidos on the board though, can't afford another drop. Two Shidos apiece now. So anybody's match this. Looking for the big hip movement here. Roy Maya doesn't like this. Zelashvili willing to give it a go. Change to the Kosoto. So both going in for the same techniques. Sianagi, Sodi Surakomi. Just having a little look there at the Georgian coach, saying that he wants a third penalty for Roy Mayer, but that's not the main aim, is it, really? And again, Roy Mayer wrapping that belt up to get the turnover. Well, 11 seconds to go, and it's going to go into golden score, I think. Both the fighters looking for the same thing. Both looking for Sodi Surakomigoshi, both looking for the Sianagi. Any score, one more penalty, and it'll all be over. Oh, that's it. It's all over. Roy Mayer lands, and he's through to the semi-final here. Zelashvili, Makikomi. Not sure if we're going to catch the end of it. Yeah, we do. Just catch the end of it. Just wrapped the arm up, and Sota Makikomi wins it. So two Georgians in those semi-finals. We'll stay on this mat. We've got the under 78 kilograms category. Posvit of France. As I said before, the French absolutely on fire, the French women. Posvit up against Prodan of Croatia. Twice now she's been caught on the edge, Posvit. It really is just throwing penalties away. Lying third at the moment, Posvit in the world rankings. Malonga lying first, and of course the whole idea of Chimea being here is that she's fighting Posvit for the second place, the second choice for the Olympic Games. So there'll be the reserve for the Olympic Games. Malonga gets the nod, I think, as the number one in the world. Well, that was close, wasn't it? Good Ashiwaza. Good little bit of action there.
בזמן אחד. נשים מעל 78 קילוגרם. רבע הגמר.
Now, really starting to go to work here, Posvit.
בחליפה הלבנה מייצגת את בלרוס, מרינה סלוצקיה. ובחליפה הכחולה מייצגת
Just having a little look here at the under 78s, Maltsan against Stenhouse, Wagner, Babintseva and Chimeo Verkerk. Now then, is that... Let's have a look at that again. See what led up to that. Kosoto then from the Croatian, and a nice change of direction there. Posvit gets a clean hip on. Malsan, Stenhouse next up, quarter-final. Verkerk and Stenhouse will carry on their matchups, and I think they might be put head to head at quite a few of the future events. It's not clear yet, I don't think. Not for the Dutch. Always the big arm. That's going to be a score. That, I think, will be a score. Have a look at the landing. It's just correct camera for us. Just have a little look. It's definitely side towards front, but the side makes contact there. So Malsan gets a score, and Stenhouse has got it all to do. Always looking for the big hip movement, isn't she, Maltsan? Arm over the back here, and she's waiting to pop that hip across again. Malsan doing all the work here in this quarter-final. Well, she's got to do something, Stenhouse. She's got the grip, but needs to go in. Left against right again. We see it so often, don't we? Still plenty of time in this contest. A lot of just over halfway. Two Germans in the under 78s as well, Malsan and Wagner. Wagner up next in the quarter-final. Well, it's a funny thing when you're out there, you think, well, I've got plenty of time, I've still got time, and then that time just slips away. Second penalty up to Stenhouse. Well, I wondered why it was getting louder in this stadium, and Israeli on mat number 2, quarter-final there. Hershko up against Olferman. You can always change over. You don't have to watch the fight that I'm commentating on. 2 Shidos up to Stenhouse here. Malsan winning by a Wazari, and she's held on to that for a long time. 9 seconds left. So Shido up for Malsan, just defending. All over, and Malsan goes through. So another quarter-final match. Wagner of Germany up against Babinseva of Russia. And look at that, straight away, changing direction there. Uchimata, change of direction, and she got the shimiwaza. Fast with that. First place in Antalya in 2019. Always getting medals at the top level, but she's improving all the time. That Uchimata looking really dangerous. So Wazari on the board to Wagner. Really good stance, Wagner. She's going to be looking to feed that leg through again. Has to be careful of the slip. That was a nice switch. She switched that well there to get the Russian backed up to the edge. Look how they're struggling to get the sleeve, both of them. Halfway through the contest, and Wagner just ahead. Babinseva managing to hold her off though. Left arm over, she's looking for the same thing, isn't she? But there's the Ouchi. Oh, that was very close. That little change of direction there. Comes in for the Uchimata, then Ouchi. Then she can go back as well. She can go back into the Uchimata as well. That's the whole idea of it. Talk about action, reaction.
Winner of the quarterfinal of the Tatami 2 in white for Brazil, Maria Altemann.
So two Germans fighting very, very well.
Hershko of Israel will be in the repechage. Next quarterfinal
The winner of this will be fighting Chimeo or Verkerk.
for Portugal, Rocha Mendes. In blue for Germany, Yasmin
Malsan Posfit in the other semi-final. Look how she's pinning the sleeve there, Babianseva. And that's a nice switch. That's the second Wazari there. That was a really nice switch. The Russian committed. She's the one that actually starts the technique off. Now watch this. Not so sure that didn't start outside of the area, actually. But anyway, second Wazari, and she is through. Have a look at the feet. See where they go here. Are they both outside? I think so. Well, that was interesting. So Wagner goes through. She'll be fighting either Chimeo or Verkerk. So actually,
in white for the Netherlands, Coral. Coral goes to the semi-final. Sulamanidze of Georgia will be in the repechage.
well, that was interesting that
Next quarterfinal for men under
keep looking at that, but it was taken off in the end.
in white for Russia,
4 seconds still to go.
in blue for Belarus, Nikita Svilip.
Wagner is the one that's going through. I'm going to go up to mat number 1. Ilyasov here up against Rid in the under 100 kilos category. Then we're going to follow that with two Georgians in the under 90 kilos category. Here we go. Ilyasov in white and Svrid in blue. Well, we know how physical he is, isn't he, Shred? Got to be, because I know Ilyasov is strong. He's going to get Judo here. Caught on the edge and just steps outside of the area. Both of these fighters just struggling to get the sleeve as well. Ilyasov going off the lapel, then trying to throw that big right arm over the top. Needs to go in now when they got two hands on. Second penalty to Sfrid, and he's not attacking. He hasn't attacked yet. It's been all Ilyasov. Oh, now what's going to happen? Elbow out. I thought the elbow was out there. See the landing. Big arm over. Kosoto, look at the elbow, and so no landing.
Next contest, quarter-final for men, the 100 kilogram.
בזמן 2, רבע גמר גברים, מעל 100 קילוגרם, עד 100 קילוגרם. בחליפה הלבנה, מייצג את ישראל, אלוף אירופה המכהן, פיטר פאצ'י! ובחליפה הכחולה מצ'ילה, תומאס דסנו.
So into the last minute of this quarter-final, men's minus 100 kilos. Just looking at the other quarter-finals that are going to unfold here. Well, this is one of the first in the men's minus 100 kilos. Still not decided yet. Oh, now something's going to happen. Taking chances now, Sfrid.
Only scored at number 1.
So anybody's match, it's into golden score. Pretty even. Caught on the edge again. There's Sfrid. Really needs to stay in the middle, and it might be all over because of that. And he knows it as well. He's kind of looking away there, knowing that he was caught on the edge and 2 feet went out. Bit of an inconclusive way of going through there. Ilyasov won't mind, I'm sure. Third Judo goes to Sfrid. Ilyasov goes through. We're going to stay on this mat here because Beka Gaviniashvili is up against Milan Randall of Slovakia. And that's next.
Ilyasov goes to the semi-final. Sfrid of Belarus will be in the repechage.
Gaviniashvili coming out here then in white, up against Milan Randall, Slovakia. always produces something. Giviniashvili, is always something happening. Experienced though, Randall. And that's what I mean there. Or was Harry given to Randall there? Let's have a look at the landing on that one. Giviniashvili kind of went for it, but it was Randall's little Kouchi there. Little foot sweep on the inside. Catches him by surprise. Giviniashvili was thinking of the counter, of course. It didn't happen. So now he starts from behind. Oh, nice Ashiwaza. Nice driving Ashiwaza there. Good with his feet today, Giviniashvili. Actually, I think that's what they should all do, is get the Ashiwaza going, because it will help to coordinate all of their techniques. Actually, it's the Ashiwaza that sets most of everything up. It's a little bit like in boxing, where you've got the jab. It always sets up the big one, and it works the same in judo. Good feet is good technique. Switching direction all the time there, Giviniashvili. Wants the big one. Oh, it's all over. Saying that, and he'll be so angry with that. But what can you say? That same Kouchi there, he does a little fake there, then he comes across again and drives Giviniashvili onto his side there, and it is all over. Wow. Talk about surprises, and Randall he's going, what happened there? Almost like he was mugged, and he'll be angry because Bakuri of Georgia is still to come and got a chance of getting to the semis and finals. So we're going to stay on this, because I want to see if Lasha Bakuri of Georgia can do it. I like Bakuri as well. I think that he's definitely one for the future. Junior world champion he was, Bakuri. I'm saying he was, but he is. But we're in seniors now. It's different. First place in Qingdao, first place in Doha, third place in Doha. But yeah, what a talent. So definitely he will not be happy about that, Giviniashvili. But you can't write off Mungai either, can you? He's placed in almost every tournament he's done, Mungai. He's got a nice Tamanagi as well, Mungai. We haven't seen it so much at this tournament. He also has a nice little turnover into Newaza. And you can see there that he just doesn't want to know there, does he, Bakuri? Well, that's slow motion, isn't it? Bakori there, just taking his time getting his jacket out. I think mainly because it's not going quite according to plan. Don't know what happened there. I really don't. Missed that one. Mungai gets a penalty. Well, he looks really composed there, Mungai. Not hassled at all, and it's definitely Bakori that looks a little bit off balance. I've seen this before though with Bakori. Bakori always looks as if he's down and out, and I've seen about 3 different times all of a sudden gets a score. Well, there's a lot of Georgians featuring in these heavier weight categories. Tried the Tomite there. No effect though, and doesn't want to know down there. Bakori really feels the danger, and he looks to me as if he's struggling a little bit. He'll get a Shido here if he's not careful, Bakori, because he definitely is playing for time. Referee won't have it. Will surprise me if he doesn't get a Shido here for taking his time. It'll be a warning to him. That'll be the last time. Into the last minute, first 4 minutes, that is. No more mistakes from Mungai. Needs to get out of there, that's for sure, because one more penalty and it is going to be all over. He might just get away with that. Shido to Bakori. Well, certainly, if it was me, Mungai just needs to take a look over, and he really is struggling. This is the time now that he could turn him over here. Watch this now, because the Newaza, he had the legs, but didn't quite have the puff. 15 seconds left. Well, as far as the medals are concerned, I did say that the last day can change everything, but the Georgians are going to get a hatful today. Playing for every second here. He really is playing for every second. That's the last chance. I'm really surprised he hasn't got a Shido for doing that, because he's just taken every second that he can in order to take a breath. And I'll be surprised if the supervisors don't say that should be a Shido there. I think it will stop it. They might just be saying there that give him a Shido, Bakori, because gets away with it again. But I don't think it's going to happen again. That's a Shido. That's it. He's lost it. Mungai's lost it on that. No, they've let it carry on. Well, 1 for 1. Mungai breathes again. Uchigari this time from Bakori. Well, this could have been over, I think, in the third to fourth minute. And this is one of those contests that can just go awry, and all of a sudden then are you looking for something? Because both of these guys deserve penalties. So Bakori here having a real problem getting back to the middle. It is all over. Bakori will be so glad about that, but wow. All right, let's get off this one, and just looking round now at what we've got. Let's go to mat number 2, Shirazdashvili. He's up against Buzbayev here in the quarterfinal of the under 90 kilos category. So both these fighters getting better and better as they go through the day, and you find that's been the general pattern actually. First couple of rounds not been too good. Both a bit cautious, aren't they, these two? Being tall in the category, I think Shirazdashvili realizes, especially with Buzbayev, that he can disappear underneath him. So gripping and the Kumakata really important here. He's just running away, look. That's all he's doing, is running away. I think they've got to realize it's not up to them to referee the match. I think that's a really good decision, I really do. He was running away there, hoping for the penalty for Shirazdashvili on the sleeve, and it backfired. And he's doing it again. Doesn't like it. That big arm over the top there now. Shirazdashvili starting to dominate. And he's not happy at all. Second penalty coming up to Buzbayev. Second penalty to Buzbayev, and he's still trying to referee the match. Third penalty, sorry. Yeah, it is the third penalty. And it's all over. So Shirazdashvili goes through, and that was really bad tactics from Buzbayev. Can't run away like that, and also you can't referee from the center of the mat. Okay, let's go over to number 3 here. We've got Tushishvili here. Semi-final of the heavyweight division, the plus 100 kilograms here. The two Georgians sorting it out. Tushishvili against Zaleshvili, and this will be really interesting. Obviously, they know each other. Talk about sorting it out. And of course, there's always a story from the inside that we probably don't know about here. You often see their head-to-heads at international competitions. We don't see how many times they fight each other at home as well. Drop Sayanagi there from Tushishvili. Well, I'm just looking at Zaleshvili. I mean, every tournament that he's been in, really, he's medalled. Tushishvili, of course, world champion in 2018, Masters champion 2018, Masters champion in 2017. So we know his credentials, but doesn't always go, especially not with a domestic like this. Two Shidos apiece. Who's going to make the mistake here now? Thundering right arm over the top there from Zaleshvili. Oh, nice Ashiwaza here. Tushishvili, and he stepped out there. 2 feet went out. Oh, I agree with Zaleshvili. It's is he going to get it? I think he's going to get the third Shido here, Tushishvili. Oh, benefit. He didn't get it, but he was caught on the edge. Intention, of course, is the key word here. And you've got to look at it. What was the intention of Zaleshvili? It was just to get the third penalty for Tushishvili. But saying that, he shouldn't get caught on the edge. And finding it really difficult to attack here. Now it's going to go. It's going to go now. More Ashiwazas. And it's strange because Zaleshvili here doesn't look afraid of Tushishvili, not in the least. It's not like he's phased. He's obviously done a lot of training with him and thought, fancy my chances here. Just looking at the Tushishvili is world ranked 3 here. So of course any points that Zaleshvili gets here is going to take him upwards. Now then, something's going to happen here. Ooh, that was close, it really was. Looking for the Sayanagi there and looking for the counter, wasn't he, Zaleshvili? And he's near the edge again. 2 feet out. 2 feet out it's got to be. Tushishvili's going to lose this. Zaleshvili's going to go through. And really, that was throwing it away. Absolutely threw it away. 2 times actually could have been penalised with that third penalty. This time he's going to get it. And Zalashvili's going to go through. For sure, absolutely. And this is the point, is that they know the rules and they have to apply. They have to apply the rules. They really must. Okay, so one of the domestics sorted out, and now we're going to go on to mat number 1 because we've got Coral in the semi-final here against Ilyasov. Coral of the Netherlands. Well, they got 5 and 6 in the world rankings, Ilyasov and Coral. So this is just a match that's possible in the Olympic Games, isn't it? It's one of those, actually. They're both qualified for the Olympics, but well, we don't know what the situation is for Russia, for example. Damian will be chasing hard. And probably Damian will get the chance at other events. One Shido each. It's not been the most dynamic judo today, but it's about winning, and these guys are after winning as many matches as they possibly can. It's funny, but oh, look at that, that's it. Ippon scored, and that was beautifully taken. I'm hoping that we're going to, we'll just see the end of it there. Press the wrong button, never mind. Coral disappears underneath Ilyasov. Beautiful Sianagi, and over the top he goes. That was lovely. So he's in the final. Netherlands have a chance of a gold medal there. Well, now we're going through it. I was going to say we'll stop on Gaviniashvili, but no, we've got to go for, well, we can actually. We can still stay here for Gaviniashvili. If we have a quarter-final or a semi-final come up, then we'll have to go on that. Gaviniashvili up against Mungai then in the repechage. They've got to win this one to stand a chance of competing for third place. Straight onto the arm here, Mungai. Oh, can he collapse him on it? If he can turn this now, that arm might come out. Oh, just manages to pull it in. Nearly a mistake there, Gaviniashvili. All the time looking for that arm over the back there, isn't he, the Georgian. Getting caught on the edge, the Mungai needs to swing away from it. Just once too often, I think, Mungai. So he gets a Shido for dropping. Certainly Gaviniashvili's the one that's chasing. Did that the last match though, and it backfired on him. Onto the lapel, then big arm over, and then tries to control the back. Well, I thought he had a couple of stabs at that. I think he will get away. I don't think it'll be a penalty for that. Now, again caught on the edge, almost 2 feet out. Just managed to stay in. There's the Tomanagi, not quite working for him today. And this is where, if he's not careful, he could be in trouble, because it's the one thing that Gaviniashvili can do on the ground, and he just closes it down and into the Yoko Shiho Gatami here, and he's in trouble. Mungai's in trouble, and Gaviniashvili just squashed it there, and he's probably the better one on the ground, Mungai. But just that one thing, Gaviniashvili, a quick look at the clock there, and he's going to be fighting for 3rd place there, Gaviniashvili. So he goes forwards. Remember that the winner of the repechage final goes through to fight the losing semi-finalist from the opposite side of the draw. So we have a semi-final just about to happen on mat number 2. In fact, it's already in full swing. And we've got Ultherman up against Nunes. Second penalty, I think. Is that a second one for one of them? No, one each. So Ultherman and Nunes have one apiece. We've seen this one several times, haven't we? And swings, goes back and forth. Two Shidos, I think. And so now just one more mistake and it'll be all over. And I can see some of you saying, well, what happens if neither one of them attacks? Won't that be interesting? And now Nunes goes in. That's a score. Wazari scored, and she's got the outside Komi leg trap. Now it's Toguta. She'll just stay there now. She won't even try and move out of there. So Nunes is the one that commits, and she gets the score. Halfway through the contest. Too much sound coming from the coaches while they're fighting. Now something's going to happen here as well. As soon as they get close like that. Credit to them, because they're both trying to throw, and from a standing position they're both having a go here. It's nice to see. Oh, now then, that was close, and she's got the arm like that. Gone for the Jujigatami. Can she get the leverage? Is it the right angle? Well, that was a nice transition through, wasn't it, from Ultherman? They're really close to each other. It's like, let's get on with this. Left to left. One of these is going to go, I think. Third Shido is going to go up here. So who's it going to be? Is it Nunes that's going to lose this? It isn't. It's It's Althamam that gets the third Shido, and so Nunes goes through into the final. Althamam will be fighting for bronze.
For Portugal, Nunes. Nunes will be in the final.
Just having a little look at the mat order. Babin Saver against Verkerk is happening on mat number 3. Do we go there, or do we stay here for the repechage of Kotseyev? Let's just go over to number 3, just have a little look, see what is happening there. Two Shido's Verkerk. She's got to come forward, she's got to attack. The other repechage match that's happening. Brashenko of Chile up there against Kotseyev. And it's Wambazari up to Kotseyev at the moment. Standing Seanagi there from Verkerk. We've seen her do that a few times. Two Shidos, one more mistake and it's finished. And another attack there from Verkerk.
Winner of the repechage on tatami 2, in blue for Azerbaijan, Selim Kotsoyev. Kotsoyev qualifies for the bronze medal contest. Tatami 2, semi-final, men under 100 kilo.
Well, we're going to just go over to the semi-final that's happening. If you want to carry on with this one, then feel free to do so. It's a minute into golden score. One more Shido and I think it's going to be all over. That was close as well. Okay, so we're going to go to mat number 2. Peter Palchik of Israel up here against Seneblitz of Georgia. Semi-final of the minus 100 kilos. Oh, he's straight onto that. Right onto the shimiwaza there. Got better and better as he's gone through the day, Palchik.
Semi-final for the women under 78 kilogram. In the white judo gi for France,
I'm just going to have a little look at Seneblitz, just see. So Palchik Seneblitz is just out of the juniors here, by the look of it. European champion, junior champion, first place 2018. World juniors, third place 2018. So he's obviously just a youngster coming through, but again, they've got such a choice, haven't they, the Georgians. Judo apiece, and Sumigesh. Nice change of direction there from Palchik.
Winner of the semi-final on tatami 3 in white judo for France, funniest Bosvit. Bosvit goes to the final.
Posvit made easy work there of that semi-final against Malsan, and she is now through to the final. There's a second semi-final just about to happen on mat number 3, Wagner against Chimeo. Germany against France twice. Almost halfway here, and oh, that's a nice one. That's going to be a score. Brilliant stuff. It was right off the bat, wasn't it? Look at this. Snatches the grip off of Sanablidze and then catches him on the grip. So he's moving across as he's attacking. He has no grip at the moment, snatches off, watch this, he'll snatch off and then he's moving across and then catches. Wazaria, what a time to get it, and only looking for the penalty there, Seneblitz. All about intention, and well, so Sanablidze got a penalty that was just taken off there, overruled. But you can't just push for penalties; it's not the thing to do. But a lack of experience, and obviously not working with this group of referees here who know exactly how to play it. And look at that. Palchik now just needs to. Not just waste as many seconds as he can, but he's going to look for the hold down, and he knows it. Look at that. He knows he's got it. So Palchik gets the leg out here and ties it all off. Good guy, Peter Palchik, a real class act, and he's through to the final. So great stuff. What a great tournament he's having. Got better and better actually throughout the day, got to say. Okay, so we're going to whip over to mat number 3. Mat number 3. Here we go. Wagner and Chimeo is what's happening at the moment. Just over halfway in this contest.
Next contest on tatami 2, repechage, men under 90 kilo. In white for Kazakhstan, Islam Bozbayev. In blue for Hungary, Todd Christian.
Well, what a sorting out that will be if Chimeo can get through to the final. Posvit already there. No pressure. Might just sort it out with the Germans as well. Well, great with that. That Ouchi into the Uchimata. Uchimata Ouchi is a nice combination. It's a lovely combination. If I remember rightly, she was one of the ones that used to dangle the leg in but they don't allow that now. So she has to do the switch from one to the other fairly quickly, but it's a nice technique. Look how one-sided she is. Totally different style to Chimeo, totally different. Very upright, Wagner. Chimeo, though, she can score from any position. And Chimeo always looks as if she's out on her feet, but manages to pull something out. Bosbeyev and Toth happening in the under-90s. Repechage final there on mat number 2. Looking to come across for the big technique. Chimeo always threatening, can't quite find the way through. This is going to be a penalty each, I think. Should be. So Chimeo gets it for the end of the sleeve grip. 2 on the board now. She can't afford another one. Lucy DeCosse just shouting what she wants her to do and just keep it lively. She needs to keep on moving, Chimeo. That she's better when she's moving. She wants to take that sleeve off and then disappear underneath Wagner. There she is, and she gets it. Oh, does she? That was very, very close. It's got to be the game plan. It was close. Wagner just stopped it. Well, they're having a look to see the landing, but I didn't see any landing. Oh, no Soto again. Well, that was ambitious. Well, it keeps coming undone, that jacket. Keeps breaking the rhythm. You know, we haven't seen anybody penalised with this, but we just saw one of the Georgians taking his time there, wasting valuable seconds, really. Certainly been the closest, hasn't she, Chimeo? Chimeo ahead here, but losing because of this 2 Shidos. Oh, that was off the ground. Too much of a break there. Now it's gone. Chimeo will give this up. She won't fight from there, and that was against the run of play there, because I thought Chimeo was way ahead on attacks, and she almost scored 2 or 3 times. And now Wagner will go through to the final, so it will be France and against Germany. Posvit against Wagner, already beaten Malzahn. And that is just the way it goes sometimes.
Tatami 2, winner of the repechage in blue for Hungary, Todd Christian. Todd qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Let's go back on to mat number 2. Let's see mat number 2 here, where we've got Shirazdashvili coming out in the semi-final against Medvedev of Azerbaijan.
Semi-final, men under 90 kilograms, in white for Spain, Shirazdashvili. In blue for Azerbaijan, Mamad Ali Medvedev.
Last semi-final then. Shirazdashvili in white here, Medvedev, Azerbaijan in blue. This is the last contest of the morning session. This could go either way. Both of them very rangy, very awkward, and they both have big explosive techniques that they can operate as well. Both a bit cautious here. It's right against left, and it's very extreme right against left as well. Well, there was a situation there. Medvedev started to come in for a technique. Even though he didn't break the balance of Shirazdashvili, it was Shirazdashvili that killed it dead. So right decision, no penalty for just dropping. It's when you just drop with the intention of just doing an attack for the sake of it that you can get penalised. Now, what's going to happen? I think we're going to see, if he wraps around that front leg, Shirazdashvili, he'll make a mistake. And it's tempting because that big left leg is forwards. Second Judo to Medvedev. Got a huge technique, Medvedev, on the left. And he's really tempted Shirazdashvili to do it. Oh, he does it! Oh, wowee! That was absolutely incredible. He really pinned it, didn't he? Watch how he pins this now on that front leg. Pinned it. And he just whacks him down onto his back there. That was massive. One more time, because it's, well, it's going to finish this morning session. But he had to be careful that he didn't turn on that front leg, Medvedev. And Shirazdashvili scoops it forwards and then pins the top half and takes him over. Wow-wee. What a way to finish. What can you say? What a way to end the morning session. It all started a little bit slowly. And it's got to be said that, well, some of the judo, we saw too many golden scores again. And, well, coordination wasn't what it could be from a lot of the really good players. And as they got further and further through, it got better and better until we ended there with Shirazdashvili, the world champion under 90 kilograms there. Well, he was really tempted to go around that outside leg, and he did, but this time he pinned it and got the biggest dip on. What a way to finish. Let's hope the whole thing finishes like that. Just quickly, we'll have a quick rundown. We might as well start with the under-90s here. Gviniashvili will be fighting for third there again. Toth will also be fighting for third. Let's renew that just so that we can have a little look here to see who they'll be fighting. So, yes, Toth against Randall, Gaviniashvili against Mediev, Shrezdashvili, Bukuri in the final of the under 90 kilograms. The minus 100 kilograms, of course, Palchik, the home favourite, is there, and he's going to be fighting Coral of the Netherlands, both with big Ippons there to get through to the final. Kotseyev, Ilyasov for third, and Solomedzi of Georgia against Sandblidze of Georgia. A little domestic sorting out there. And let's have a look at the plus 100 kilos category. Plus 100s then, Basheyev of Russia and Zalashvili of Georgia. Zalashvili beating his fellow countryman Tushishvili to get there. Two women's categories, and what have we got here? Under 78 kilograms. Well, it could have been either all French or all German, but it's not to be. What have we got? We've got Prodan against Chimeo for third place, for Kirk versus Maltzan for third place, Posvit against Wagner in the final. That should be a great final. Fully deserved it as well, both of them getting there. Nunez against Dicko is the final of the ladies plus 78 kilograms. And we've got Olthamam Majika of Puerto Rico for bronze, and Slutskaya against Grabowski of Germany. So Germany have got a lot of medal chances. So have Georgia. It's been a good morning, certainly the latter part of it, and I'm looking forward to the final block. 5 o'clock local time here in Tel Aviv. It's going to be 3 o'clock in UK and 4 o'clock in Europe. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be a commentator all the way through, just one mat and all medal matches. Looking forward to it. See you a little bit later. From me, Neil Adams. Goodbye for now.